auction house will actually lead to a reduction. Because people will be like, oh, but they're doing it the same way as last time. That's cheating and it's boring, whatever. And then they just don't tune in at all.
Which isn't going to kind of just roll their eyes at it. But I understand how they would. That is how they would. We have no CGA.
Yeah, it's a viewer optic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's more like that's the optics.
So what I'm gathering here. Yeah, PS0, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to at least be able to use the auction house so I can auction stuff away, kind of like trading instead of buying stuff, just auction stuff, make gold, because there's no way for me to make gold.
I also agree on that.
How they can't sell guilds or barter.
So well, okay, so hold on, let me. So the problem with all of this, it sounds, or at least what I've gathered, it seems like people are not struggling necessarily to come up with enough consumes for raid. The frustration is a lot of people want to open up the avenue.
Where would you like to fly to?
Through, say, mining and selling things. But when it comes to overall getting consumes and going to raid, especially with our 2-hour MCs, we're not at a problem anymore because our MCs have gotten faster, right? We just want to make it easier and have more avenues to make money. That would mean we'd have to allow selling. Go ahead, Zico.
Okay, so I have a really strong thought about this. I'd really like to say for me, please.
Alright, go ahead.
So, I think one of the biggest problems with this is like the people who have stuff to sell are not the ones who need the gold for things. And the people who aren't playing very often and think that they'll just magically get gold, like they don't have stuff to sell in the first place. So I don't think this really solves a problem when you open it from that like angle.
That's
Can I say something on that topic?
Zico, go ahead.
I have a
So what is gonna stop us? Like, let's say we allow selling on the auction house. What is gonna stop people from just listing a stack of rune cloth for like 500 gold, and then a viewer buys it, and now you know?
It's essentially.
I mean, surely it's the same thing. Like, because a viewer could ethically farm it. Obviously, we're not gonna ask any questions where it came from, but like he could buy it and then buy the item. So I think the only debate here should be if we use auction house, it's full on everything allowed, or if we don't use auction house at all. And I think the pros and cons of it.
That is kind of the only way to go about it.
I think the pros and cons to that is.
When you just have mods end up scanning for edge cases all the time, that'd be really annoying.
I would say, why don't we just auction it at 10% max?
Let Zico finish his thought. I'm gonna lose it.
I was gonna say, I think the only thing that we should be discussing is either full send auction house or not send it at all. Pros that we can, use the auction house and use the ease of the auction house to further, gear our characters and get ready for BWL and, get consumes. Cons, it's a bad viewer experience.
Bot Rix has correctly joined the channel.
People in the guild, right, who aren't logging in anymore, who aren't farming, things to like small radiant charge to get enchants and stuff like that. So you have to weigh in like the inactivity versus the pros, and I think that's the debate we should be having.
Can I add something? Jonathan here.
Yeah, go ahead, Jonathan.
So I don't know if this is possible, but okay, if you can only buy, if we allow it where you can sell whatever, and you can only buy potions, then does that really hurt any integrity? Who cares?
We can't.
Sold. You can't do that. That's the best solution, but it can't be done.
Like the add-on, we will not be. If we allow the auction house, we cannot police the auction house at all. That's where we're at.
There's a
Ken just said like a
too that's not being really addressed. I think we probably should clear the air on because I'm a who, okay? I know that. I'm saying this from the perspective of a non-big streamer. I'm a who, okay? I hear a lot of people in here raising questions about dynamics of the guild and how things are going to work, and raising concerns about, scarcity of certain materials and things like that. I understand why those were super relevant. It was part of the discussions.
Hey everybody, Chillcraft here. I wanted to do a follow-up to the leatherworking guide that I had kind of gone through and, kind of kind of worked out how to be super efficient with our money as we get from 1 to 300. A lot of you guys have provided a lot of feedback, and we're really anticipating sort of like an advanced version of this guide that kind of went into the specializations. As I started working on this, I realized that I had a lot of different ideas on what I wanted to do, and as I incorporated those with each of the different specializations, this became like a massive video. So I'm working on getting the tribal leatherworking one done. You'll see that after this video, and I'm basically going to separate each of the different specializations, giving some sort of feedback on where to learn the different recipes and what recipes are actually the best money makers.
How to find out what program is making my CPU hot. Find out what program is making your CPU hot. You can check your CPU temperature using third-party tools like Open Hardware Monitor or Speccy. Look up your CPU manufacturer guide, temperature, and try out some fixes. Overheating.
Hey guys, welcome back again. In this video I will show you how to check temperature for your CPU and what to do when you get the high temperature issue for your CPU. So let's see how to check it first. So right click on your start button and then click on task manager, and now click on performance, and here it's showing the CPU. From the morning I am facing the high temperature CPU issue. As you can see here, my temperature goes up to 100% and my PC frequently restarting and getting the blue screen error. So I tried many methods to fix this problem, but finally I went to a service center. First they cleaned my CPU by air blower, and then the most important thing is they applied the thermal paste on the heat sink. Okay, thermal paste is most and should. So after they applied the thermal paste and fit my PC, now my CPU temperature goes down. As you can see here, my CPU temperature is normal and I'm not facing any restart or blue screen error. So the thing is, when you face high temperature issue, remove the side cover of your cabinet, CPU cabinet, and try to clean your CPU, gently clean your CPU by air blower, and remove the all background running apps and application, and try it first. If this is not fixed, then go to the service center, they will fix your issue. So thanks for watching guys. Catch you next video. Please like, share and subscribe. Thank you very much.
So with this guide, I wanted to go through a couple different things that I saw from the questions that were in the original guide and kind of work through my thoughts on leatherworking, how I find value after 300, and what I do with the numerous amounts of leather that I do have. So first things first, let's talk about our big money maker, the salt shakers. This is an item that we're going to be able to get from our engineering friends and basically use this to refine deep rock salt, which you basically will get off like earth and elementals and stuff like that, into refined deep rock salt. Now, when we use this salt shaker, we have a cooldown of every 3 days. So it's imperative that as you work through leatherworking, the goal is to get to leatherworking 250 as quickly as possible if you can. Now, I know that this is kind of counterintuitive to being super efficient. I don't want you guys buying a bunch of leather on the auction house right now. You know, use skinning. It should be your primary way of getting leather if possible. But make sure that you get this as quickly as possible and that you guys are using this every 3 days. There's been times where I've forgotten about my cooldown for a day or two, and this salt shaker, when you refine the salt into the deep rock salt, what's going to end up happening is this is really only good for the cured rugged hide. Now, the cured rugged hide is basically gone up in value substantially. When the game first came out and I was able to sell a couple of the cured rugged hides at 25 gold, and basically people weren't using this. I mean, you basically only needed one maybe for the devil sore legs, and there was no reason really to use this. But with the DM recipes coming out, this value has basically gone back up. I've been selling these for about 28 gold on Herod. So I basically just like hoarded a bunch of these in my bank waiting to see what would happen, and it did pay off, and I was able to make a lot of money so far with these. And these are things that you should be doing every time that you can, as quickly as possible. It's not necessarily passive money because you have to do something. You have to remember that it's up every 3 days, but there's a lot of gold to be made just with the salt shaker. So one of the feedbacks I got in the original video was that a lot of people weren't actually picking up skinning, and they were waiting to just play the auction house, buy leather, and use that to level up leatherworking. So it took a little bit of time and investigation into sort of what value I'm seeing leather go for on the auction house and how much I would actually buy it to build a couple of these recipes. Now, this isn't the true value like I had in the cooking video, but these are what I call the max value. So these are the values that I would actually spend on buying a specific leather tier on the auction house. Now I'm going to be specific to light, medium, heavy, thick, and rugged leather. This isn't going to go into any of the hides. So the first one is light leather. I have this valued at 15 silver. I wouldn't really buy it above this unless, you know, you're not taking skinning. I don't see a lot of opportunities to make profit with light leather. It's really just basically used to kind of get through the first part of leveling up leatherworking. For medium leather, I have this between 1 silver to 3 silver. Now,
That was a much longer poop than I wanted to take. Ugh. My pet is dead.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Fucking come on, man. Oh shit.
It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. Still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. recharging. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
What are we doing? Sigh. We put the AC down. Literally sweating.
That spell isn't ready yet. I'm still recharging. I'm in range. That spell isn't ready yet.
Bro, heal my fucking pet, man.
It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. Still recharging. I can't cast that yet. It's too far away. Still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. Not enough mana. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging.
Oh wait, no, wait, you're right.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I need to get closer. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Hey, what?
Hey there. Okie dokie.
I'm only going to be able to eat two. There's nothing there for two more. Do you want the other two right now? Or?
No, I just ate. Thank you.
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. cast that yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I need more mana. That spell isn't ready yet. It's too far away.
Bro.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I'm out of range. Look, can't you see I'm fishing here? Be safe.
You can make a profit with this pretty substantially. I tried to grab everything as close to 1 silver as possible. I'll be going through the recipes that I've been using for this to make money. Heavy leather, I have it between 2 to 3 silver. Right now it's kind of an interesting time because as you see the periods of people sort of level up, there's more, I guess, demand for some of these mid-tier like medium and heavy leather right now actually on the market than something like thick leather. So even though this is the price that I would buy it on, I think that it's kind of hard to actually find heavy leather now in this range. I'll kind of explain this a little bit more in a second. For thick leather, I'll buy anything between 5 silver to 7 silver for 1 piece. Thick leather is probably the best bang for your buck that you're going to get for leather. The reason why is basically the Nightscape tunic. It's, you know, you can go all the way up to 7 silver and you're still making a profit at vendor, which is kind of crazy. We'll go into this a little bit further, but thick leather, once you can get to that tier, it's really good. Now rugged leather, I have it set at 7 silver. This is kind of a complicated one because right now I don't see too much opportunity to make money with this outside of like the high tier recipes. So buying this for something to flip isn't the best opportunity. Right now I'm just holding on rugged leather and I'm not actually using them in any recipes that I can't make immediately. I'll talk about that in a second. So which recipes should you be trying to get? So there's a couple recipes that if you get, and I'll talk about the actual values and go through the math in a second, you'll be making money at each of the tiers. So for the light leather tier, I have the fine leather boots. Now this is a drop, and the way that I actually make money with this is that I'm doing this completely through vendoring. So the fine leather boots is probably the best recipe for actual light leather. It requires 2 2 coarse thread and 7 light leather to make. Now this is a drop, you won't be able to pick this up at any vendor. You can usually get this for pretty cheap. There isn't a specific place that you can actually get it from. I think the highest value in terms of drop rate is the surf crawlers in Duratar, 1.4%, but it drops off a lot of little things at different rates. So I recommend just checking this out on the auction house, and if you can get it, it's a good way to clear a lot of your leather. The next one that I use is the dark leather shoulders. So the dark leather shoulders is another drop that is really good because it's, you know, one of the first set of shoulders that you can get in the game that is completely agility based, and there's a lot of low classes that are really looking for this. The thing with this recipe is that we do require a potion. So to make this, you need 12 medium leather, an elixir of lesser agility, gray dye, and 2 fine thread. So with elixirs of lesser agility, it uses 1 wild steel bloom and 1 swift whistle, and you aren't gonna find these at a really good value. I'm pricing these at anything below 50 silver. I'll probably buy one of these. I've been able to get a bunch at 15 just by being patient and seeing people outbid one another. So if you weren't looking to get this, the drop chance is pretty bad. It's like 0.8% off of Blink Dragons and Ashenvale. You can get this at other places in various dungeons like Shadowfang Keep and Razorfang Crawl. But it's worth trying to keep an eye on this price. I actually got this just on a bid. Sometimes people won't actually be selling this. People won't actually be buying this, so you won't have a lot of competitions on the bids. So that's kind of my strategy for getting this. So the next recipe you're going to want to get is the Deviate Scale Belt. Now you can get this through a quest reward for running Wailing Caverns on the Horde side. If you didn't run Wailing Caverns, you didn't select it, or you know, you're on the Alliance, your only sort of way of getting this is actually through an auction house, whether it's the neutral auction house or the Horde auction house. So the quest that you want to get to be able to get this recipe is Deviate Erudition, and basically you're going to get this from a night elf that's located in the eye of the skull. That's just like the entrance place for Wailing Caverns. Her name is Ebru, and she's going to give you this quest, and it's going to require that you go ahead and kill 4 different versions of the deviates that are inside the Wailing Caverns, for a total of about 28 different mobs you got to kill. And they give you basically like a set of different items that you can select. So make sure you go ahead and select the pattern for the Deviate Scale Belt. It's going to be one of the items that you're going to craft a lot in the next upcoming phase, and you're going to be able to make really good money if you can get your hands on some of those perfect Deviate scales. The next recipe is a Horde specific recipe called the Raptor Hide Harness. Now there is an equivalent to this, but it doesn't make as much money on the Alliance side, so I'm not going to necessarily put it out here. So the Raptor Hide Harness is a pattern that you can get from a vendor. His name is Tanuk, and he's in the little house below the inn in the Rathi Highlands location. So this recipe is pretty interesting because the main use is not necessarily heavy leather, it's actually raptor hides. So we'll get to that topic in a second when we go through some of the math on that. Now the next recipe that you want to make sure you guys pick up, and this is kind of like the Deviate Scale Belt, that it's going to be super important for money making on the leatherworking side, at least in the next phase, is the Barbaric Bracers. So this is a pattern that's also sold at the vendor. It's both on the Horde and the Alliance side, and you actually have to get it from an additional city that you're probably not used to going. At least on the Horde, it's delivered by Joseph Moore in Undercity, and on the Alliance side, it is available through Cenarion in their Darnassus. So now that we kind of went over the different recipes that I think are important as you are kind of working through leatherworking to kind of distinguish yourself from other leather workers, I'm going to go and talk about the different tiers and incorporate some of those max prices that we talked about and how I'm actually making money across different tiers with certain recipes that I think are your most valuable recipes. So the recipes that I'm going to be covering through today are going to be like a mix of both vendoring and using the auction house. So you can kind of get a feel of whatever you feel more comfortable with, you kind of play with that market. So for the light leather, I'm going to be using fine leather boots. And this recipe, as I said before, I can actually get it for 20 copper, the mats. The max price I had set at 15 copper. So if I use 7 pieces of light leather, it's going to send me at 1 silver and 5 copper. Now I can vendor this for 2 silver and 43 copper, giving me a profit of 1 silver and 18 copper. Now this isn't necessarily a lot, but when you compare it to some of the profit gains that I have with cooking, it's kind of equivalent, and it's a good way to kind of burn through some of the light leather. So with the medium tier, I either use the dark leather tunic or the dark leather shoulders. So this is a really good tier for making money. If we take a look at the dark leather tunic, the mats are going to cost you 4 silver, 50 copper. If I get the max price at 1 silver and I'm using 6 pieces of medium leather, it's going to send me back 6 silver. The auction house, I will always put this for about 45 silver, and I'll put like about 2 a day and these will sell. The profit I'm getting here is about 34 silver and 50 copper, which is pretty substantial. Now, if you are kind of working through some of those different max prices, let's say your max price is 2 silver instead, when you do the math, what you get in terms of profit, it's going to go down to 28 silver and 50 copper. And if you go on the high tier of what I said, you can go to with a 3 silver for a medium leather, you're looking at a profit of 22 silver and 50 copper. You're selling on the auction house at 45 silver. Now, of course, this doesn't take into account like auction house fees, depending on the time threshold you're setting it, or if people are undercutting you. But this is what I usually put on the market. I leave it there, and I usually get these sold, at least one of the 2, and I'll make that money. Now with the dark leather shoulders, I do a very similar concept. I always put 2 on the market and basically leave it there, and usually it gets sold pretty quickly. When it comes to this, I have to take into the consideration for the lesser agility pot. Now the mats are 5 silver and 50 copper. For the lesser agility pot, it's made me think about using my alt to level up alchemy, just because it's so much money. I really think alchemy might even be the king of making money, and so it's kind of like my next adventure is kind of like diving into alchemy. But I will buy a lesser agility pot, anything under 50 silver. I've been lucky. I've been able to get a couple. You see people undercutting each other, and you just wait, and I've gotten them at 15 silver. But my threshold is 50 silver. And now let's take a look at the math behind that. If I get the max price at 1 silver for my medium leather, that's going to send me back 6 silver, and I will auction these at 1 gold. Now that will give me a profit about 38 gold and 50 copper. So it is comparative to the dark leather tunic, and it's also dependent on how much you're able to get that agility pot for. If we are doing the medium leather at 2 silver, we're going to have a total profit at 32 silver and 50 copper. And if we're on the high end and we actually have a medium leather at 3 silver, we're going to go ahead with a total profit of 26 silver and 50 copper. So you're able to see, a rough baseline of where the money's going to be, and where to start feeling comfortable about buying stuff on the auction house, and how you can make a profit. Every day I'll go ahead and try to put at least 2 of these on the market. Now for heavy leather, I actually use the vendor game.
Velosaur items, Velosaur leggings, cured rugged hides, But crafting options, while leatherworking is really lower in profitability, consider crafting items like part of the wild cape, the forehound belts for additional income.
I can't cast that yet. Charge. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
These Vipe Sting rank 2. We need to go get that.
I can't cast that yet. Charging. It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. I need more damage.
Last one. Can I buy this off the auction house? Undamaged Venom Sac? Probably not. No, it's a quest. Damn.
Charging. I'm out of range. It's too far away. I can't cast that yet. I need to get closer. I don't have a target.
Oh my god, we got it. That's fucking crazy. Blood Elf. Skinning is one of the most competitive professions, but has the highest gold making potential by far in phase 1. And as a skinner, your best way to make gold is through a specific commodity. Double sword leather. Double sword leather drops from double swords, which are level 54-55 piece. Angora Crater. Double sword leather set sells a premium at a premium early on because it's used by leather workers to craft double sword gauntlets and double sword leggings. This 2-piece set is used by all physical damage dealers as a pre-raid bis and is incredibly powerful. The strength of the armor means it will be quite some time, meaning double sword leather will continue to be valuable. While double sword leather is extremely powerful to farm, it is also well known. There are only 6 double sword spawns points per occur, which has roughly 15-minute respawn timer. On more populated servers, you should expect to see people camping in these spots at all hours of the day. On PvP servers, you should expect to see groups of people of both factions camping these spots, killing anyone they see of the opposite faction. While it is possible to farm these, know that it is competitive, and on a PvP server, especially, can be rough for farming alone. All of WoW class will eventually become S tier as more people reach level 60 to start raid. Most likely around phase 2, phase 3, the best alchemist is to craft potions, elixirs, flasks on the outhouse. Best crafting choices are listed below. Most powerful potions come down to knowing efficient timing is also incredibly important. Most guilds raid on Tuesday and Wednesday nights, putting in a reset day, which means Tuesday and Wednesday evenings. Elixir Mongoose. Offers a way to farm gold without really needing to put much thought into it. If you want the best gold income, pair herbalism with alchemy to farm. Make potions and elixirs the best. Black Lotus, which is extremely valuable. Black Lotus is needed to make flasks, which are the most powerful consumes. Most comfortable thing to look for is thorium deposits, because both thorium ore is the best ore in the game, but more importantly because the nodes can drop arcane crystal as well. Arcane crystals are incredibly valuable since they're needed for warriors to craft Lionheart, which is the best way to beat this helm for all of WoW Classic. That's all I needed to know.
Oh, splendid. The venom is quite fresh and I'm sure very deadly. Thank you. The venom from the brood guards wasn't as potent as the venom you brought originally. It must have come from a different spider. I want a fresh sample of that venom. To find out where it came from, you must consult with a troll who knows the Witherbark well. Master Gadrin in Senjin village. Travel to Duratar and speak with Gadrin. With luck, he'll know where the Witherbarks get their venom.
I have just the thing for you.
Where would you like to fly to?
Well, let's go to Thunder Bluff real quick. We need to go to the auction house and we need to skill up. I'm so over this bullshit. Gut Buster, okay. Nothing has changed. Oh, that's huge. We need that. Rune of the Guard Captain. Glimmering mithril insignia, that's huge.
You say because I can do something, I have the right to do something?
It's part of a evolutionary biological structure
So
that resulted in the survival of humanity.
So if I like grab a spear and I can stab somebody with it, I have a right to?
No, that's
why?
That's attacking somebody. That's violating.
Yeah, but
that's-
But other
That's
than
a whole
an
bunch-
axiom of you shouldn't do that because I just don't feel like you should, what makes it intrinsic that I don't do that?
That you don't go and kill another person?
Yeah.
Andrew Wilson dismantles Tim Pool live in this heated debate on Tim.
How many do we need?
I will return the favor.
Timcast IRL as Andrew Wilson battles Tim Pool over this pivotal question. Tim Pool throws accusations at Andrew Wilson for his debate style as he just won't agree with what Tim Pool is saying, while Andrew Wilson is just outthinking Tim Pool on a much deeper level. Let's jump in and watch.
Government enshrined protections are not real. Rights that we, as we know them, are just things that we recognize as things of value to us. So for instance, I usually define it as simply, you have a right to speak freely. If you're in the middle of the woods and you're buck naked, you can say whatever you want. You have a right to keep and bear arms. Pick up a stick, sharpen it, pointy stick, you can defend yourself. Ain't no one going to stop you. The question is, when you get into conflict with someone else, where is that line drawn? So the reality is, rights are recognized as things that we can and must do to survive and maximize potential.
I think rights are force, and I think that...
You think rights are force?
Government
yeah, rights
protections.
What do you mean rights are force?
You're talking about government protections.
No, I'm talking about period. I'll explain what I mean. A right, to me, is an entitlement absent duty. That's a right. Okay, you're entitled to it, but you have no duty.
What does that mean?
It means that you have it. So, like, okay,
entitlement to speak.
Yeah. So if you have a right to own a gun,
to speak.
No, hang on. Let me finish. If you have a right to own a gun, do you have a duty to own a gun?
But do you have a duty to speak?
No, you don't have a duty to speak.
If you have a right to vote, do you have a duty to vote?
So it'd be an entitlement.
That's your argument.
It's an entitlement,
but
absent a duty.
But you can speak.
Yeah, you can.
And so
until you can't,
the question
until somebody stops you with force.
So you're talking about government restrictions are made up by us as a people.
Just people can adhere to your rights without any form of government. If you're walking down the street and you speak, and a guy turns around and smacks you in the mouth and breaks your jaw, right? He has now used force against whatever this right you think you have to speak. You have no right to do shit except whatever you can enforce. Right. Your mechanism is force, and the mechanism against you is force.
And so
all rights are is force.
You're talking about government protections, not rights.
No, I'm talking about rights. What is a right?
So it is an intrinsic moral function.
Well, okay.
Or
intrinsic meaning what?
It means if again, I'll try to explain. If you're born and you live in the middle of the woods, there are things you can do. You can hunt for food. You can defend yourself. You can speak freely. Now, what we've done in the United States
unless
is
you're born blind and you can't talk, right? Then where does your right to speak come from?
You lack the ability to speak,
right?
But you still have the means by which you are allowed to do it.
Yeah, but what makes it an intrinsic right to be able to do? Like, where does this idea come from other than you axiomatically kind of just say, because I can do something, I have the right to do something?
It's part of a evolutionary biological structure that resulted in the survival of humanity.
So if I like grab a spear and I can stab somebody with it, I have a right to?
No, that's
why?
That's attacking somebody. That's violating.
Yeah, but other than an axiom of you shouldn't do that because I just don't feel like you should, what makes it intrinsic?
Fuck, I have to take a shit. Again. What the fuck is going on with me today?
When mounted on the back of a Wind Rider, one sees that its reputation for strength and speed is well earned.
much is the seed? I'll need.
So I'm going to use the principles. I don't have to use the specific manifesto, because I could just get into the Bible and ask how stoning people on the Sabbath because they went to work is good for society, or how not letting women speak. Andrew, your Bible says that you can beat your slave as much as you want, as long as they can get up afterwards. That comes for a good society. No, I can tell you why Christianity is not good for society, right? But you have not given me any reasons to do it. What I'm not going to do is engage with your personal interpretations of secular humanism, because personal interpretations don't matter. Collective decisions as a society is what matter. So you, individually deciding this is the prescription of secular humanism, is not how secular humanism works.
Perfect.
And what you've done is said, we have got a set of rules by God that we can set out by. We've got a normative authority to go to. But that normative authority also drowned the entirety of humanity because he didn't like what they were doing. To use a normative authority that is a psychopathic deity is a very silly thing to do. We don't need a normative authority. We need collective experiences and how that will affect humans in the future.
Got it. So I just want to make sure. I'll steel man.
Wait for the applause. Come on. Thank you.
Let's hear some real applause.
All right, guys, come on.
All right,
My turn. Come on, louder.
All right, we'll return
Come on.
to debate.
Hey.
Andrew Wilson debates Craig, I don't know his last name, it just says Craig/FTFE, in a brutal debate where Andrew Wilson completely owns Craig. They debate Christianity or secular humanism, and well, Craig here just doesn't stand a chance. This is highly entertaining, but don't just take my word for it. Let's see for yourself. This is courtesy of Modern Day Debates. Let's see how this goes down.
Of secular humanism, which doesn't align with what everyone else thinks secular humanism is. You claim I don't know what an ad hominem things are. Trust me, I debate flat earthers all the time. But yeah, I don't have to argue against your personal prescriptions. We can just talk about what secular humanism is better for society. None of the things that you mentioned are about society. They're just what you don't like about secular humanism. What I'm just going to ask you is very simple.
Humanism.
Yeah, what I'm going to ask you, Andrew, is very simple.
How long are you going to filibuster, dude?
I was literally about to ask a question. If you can calm down and let me finish my sentence, then you can respond.
Craig,
right, what
Craig,
I am going to ask you is...
Chill out, Craig. Stop spurging, Craig.
What I'm going to ask you, Andrew...
Craig.
I'm like 3 words away from the end.
Craig. Stop spurging. Calm down.
Are you okay?
All right, we'll get to the question. Go ahead, Craig.
Do you need a moment, Andrew? It's okay.
Calm down, Craig.
If you need a moment to take a breath, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah. Craig, this is a great time to ask the question.
What I'm going to ask you, Andrew, is because you failed to do that in your opening, could you explain to us why Christianity is better for society?
Yeah.
Instead of just attacking your own views of society.
So let's make this really simple, right? So Craig says here, he says, well, that's your interpretation of the Humanist Manifesto. You see the problem? Yeah, everybody's going to have an interpretation of the Humanist Manifesto. Thus, if everybody has an interpretation of the Humanist Manifesto, including me, we can make prescriptions based on it, Craig. So now I'm making prescriptions based on the Humanist Manifesto for what? Society. Okay? You are asking about Christianity. I told you that Christian ethics are better for society because I can refute the prescriptions made in the Humanist Manifesto that I just made in the Humanist Manifesto. You, Craig, cannot refute a single prescription I made off a single tenet in the Humanist Manifesto using your own manifesto. Do you understand that?
Yes, Andrew, I completely understand that.
So doesn't that have an...
Yeah, again, the pattern that I see with all these secular humanists or atheists or what have you is that they all want the consensus. They all want, oh, well, we'll just know what's right and what's not. Like, we'll just know. And so Andrew always has to make the point, like, well, no, if we don't have a defining guidebook here, then where do we get our morals and ethics from?
Society entailment? A societal entailment, Craig?
So would you like me to answer the question, or are you just going to talk when I talk?
Can't wait. Go ahead.
Do you need a minute to calm down? It's fine. We can take 2 minutes, and you can, it's fine.
Yeah, get to the answer, please.
Yeah, so again, what you haven't done is explain why Christianity is better. You just said, I think it's better because I don't like secular humanism. That's not explaining why Christianity, what ethics, what morals about Christianity make it better for society. What you've done is simply attack secular humanism. You haven't given me a single reason why Christianity specifically is better. What you've said is Christianity is better because I don't like these things about secular humanism, and I want you to tell me why these things about secular humanism is bad. But Andrew, you aren't here to attack secular humanism. You're here to defend Christianity. So you failed to do it in your intro, so can you just give me a single reason specifically, without attacking secular humanism, because that's what flat earthers do, you're acting like a flat earther. So flat earthers attack the globe instead of saying why flat earth is better. So instead of attacking secular humanism, could you give me a reason why Christianity is the thing that is better for society? Tell me what ethics, what morals.
Yeah, because when I make prescriptions based on a humanist manifesto, I can debunk those prescriptions using Christian ethics. You can't debunk those prescriptions using the Humanist Manifesto.
Well, go on then, debunk
That's
them.
why it's better. Okay, here, I'll show you. Let's give you an example. If we can go through these, we can get through
Well, that'd be wonderful, yeah, because what I would like to hear is reasons why Christianity is better, not reasons why you dislike secular humanism. This isn't about feelings, this is about reasons.
Let's do this, perhaps, so that we're not talking past each other. Are you willing to steel man my argument here? Can you steel man it?
Well, your argument would be based on your particular version of Christianity, which is, which again?
Can you steel man my argument, Craig?
Which argument?
The one I just made, Craig.
Your argument is you don't like secular humanism. These are the things I don't like about secular humanism, so I'm going to say secular humanism can do these things, and that means that secular humanism is bad. That's what you said, Andrew.
No, that's not what he said. He said that Christianity is better because he could debunk human secularism with Christianity, but you can't debunk Christianity using secular humanism. That's what he said. That's that's steel manning the argument, Craig.
You have given me a list of things that you think you can prescribe based on the Humanist Manifesto, right? That's what you've done, correct?
Uh-huh.
Right? So therefore, you are saying, well, these are the prescriptions that I think I can give based on secular humanism.
Why do I think Christianity is better? What's my argument? Christianity.
You haven't said yet. You've said what you've said, Andrew, is that Christianity can debunk these things, but you haven't explained how it can debunk them.
Okay, let's
give me specifics related to Christianity.
Let's do it.
Debunk the things about secular humanism you don't like. Because so far you've given me no reasons why Christianity is better.
Craig, I'll do it. The prescription for one. Do you agree that the first tenet for secular humanism is knowledge of the world is derived by observation, experimentation, and rational analysis?
That's what I said, and if we go back to the slide, which you didn't present any.
Why do I need to present a slide?
Well, it's because, we've got a big thing up there to present slides, and I thought it'd be nice to...
I have a slideshow. So anyway...
Yeah, because one of us prepares for the arguments. The other one,
I didn't prepare for the arguments because I didn't have a slideshow?
Yeah, Andrew, you've done a million debates like this. This is my second. I thought I'd do some research and prepare and, give something for the audience to look at. But,
can we get back to this?
So, yeah,
do you agree, yes or no? Tenet 1, knowledge?
I did say yes. Maybe you have problems hearing, but carry on.
Craig, you need to calm down, bro.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm waiting for your...
calm down.
What I'm doing, Andrew, is I'm waiting for your argument, but you're yet to give one.
I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yeah, we are clear.
Okay,
you haven't yet given an argument for your position.
Okay, so my prescription to that, Craig, is the birth rate is low, therefore all women must be forcibly bred, and experiments must be conducted on them to maximize fertility and thereby maximize human flourishing because science, and that is good. Now, Craig, that's what I read from Tenet 1, right? Can you use any of the tenets in the Humanist Manifesto 3 to debunk that prescription or tell me why that prescription's bad?
So still no reasons why Christianity is better. That's what I'm asking here. What you're saying is explain why this is good.
Because
but I've yet to hear why
okay, let me explain.
You said you can debunk that using Christianity.
Then I'll explain. Yes. Yeah. So under Christian ethics, forcibly locking up women and doing horrible things to them would be a violation of God's law. It would be a violation of Jesus Christ's law to man. So because of that, Christians would say, no, you can't lock women up and forcibly breed and experiment on them. You're not allowed to do that, Craig. Now, Craig, I just gave you a demonstration of how Christianity would debunk this. Now, Craig, can you use the Humanist Manifesto to do it? Great.
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
Well, so your prescription is a straw man of secular humanism. It's all right.
This dude owns himself the more that he talks, and he does quite a bit of talking. So if I were him, I would only talk when needed because he does not do himself any favors. I mean, personally, that's why I think this whole secularism secular humanism thing is a losing argument. I mean, there's just no winning with this. It's like trying to argue that men can become women and vice versa. Like that's not true. There's no winning with this.
Why? Right? Because secular humanism you've gone that there's a low birth rate, therefore we have to do this. Secular humanism doesn't say there's a low birth rate. Read the tenet again for me.
It says knowledge in the world is derived by observation, experiment, and rational analysis.
And then what was your prescription?
My prescription, based on my interpretation of this, is that the birth rate is low, therefore all women must be forcibly bred. Experiments must be conducted on them to maximize fertility and therefore maximize human flourishing because science, and that is good.
So you're saying that secular humanism makes a low birth rate?
No, I'm saying that the interpretation here prescriptively on what I'm reading is that this prescription would not in any way counter that tenet.
Well, the fact that there's low birth rates isn't a bad thing. It's not low birth rates, it's lower birth rates.
Is locking women up and breeding them a bad thing? No,
absolutely not. We wouldn't.
That's not a bad thing? Or it is a bad thing?
When I'm in the middle of a sentence explaining something, that's when you be quiet and listen. I know you're used to talking
I know. I'm way out of
back.
line, Craig. I know.
Yeah, but if you let me finish my thoughts, it would be helpful.
Yeah, I know, Andrew. Why can't you just shut up a minute and just let him talk? A strong secular humanist is talking.
If I can finish what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
So secular humanism is about harm, and locking people up and doing experiments on them is causing harm, and they wouldn't do that. A lower birth rate doesn't necessarily mean that things are bad. It just means that there is less people than having lots of people. Now, an extremely large birth rate has many problems. So we can look at what large birth rates cause: poverty, broken families, people being homeless, lots of things like that. So there's no reason secular humanism would, if there is a low birth rate, go and then lock people up and experiment on them, because that is not necessarily a bad thing. And having a slightly lower birth rate can actually help humans flourish. As a secular humanist, we're all about human flourishing, and having a slightly lower birth rate will actually help because it allows better standards of living, less poverty, less problems, less children being abandoned, less family and societal problems from having too many people around. So you have come up with your prescription, which is a prescription I don't agree with. So I don't have to accept your prescription.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, so
if I don't have to accept your prescription, I don't even have to debunk it. That is your prescription.
Yeah.
And it's not what any secular humanism would say. In fact, that prescription is a logical impossibility based in secular humanism because it includes doing harm. And secular humanists would not do something that includes harm. So Andrew, whether you realize it or not, and whether your audience realizes it or not, that prescription that you have come from, your interpretation, is a straw man of secular humanism.
A prescription's a straw man?
Your prescription is, because your prescription is based on interpretation that no secular humanism would come to the conclusion of. It is a logical impossibility that secular humanists would lock people up and do experiments on them. So to think that a humanist manifesto could include that as a prescription means that you have no clue what secular humanism is.
Okay.
And that's fine. If you
Craig,
don't know what secular
Craig,
humanism
I've just let you ramble for forever, right?
So you said...
Craig, calm down now.
Okay, carry on with your point. Sorry, I've had the red.
Here we go.
I apologize.
Knowledge of the world is derived by observation, experimentation, rational analysis. This is a descriptive claim, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we make prescriptive claims off of descriptive claims?
If you want.
If you want. So if I were a humanist and I read that, whose interpretation would it be up to as to how it was applied or what the prescription was? Stop. Hang on.
Oh, you asked me a
Craig.
question.
Was I done? Calm down.
You asked the question.
What I'm asking you specifically is, if it is the case that the person reading it is going to be the person who makes the prescription, okay, then if I make a prescription here and it's not debunked by any of the rest of the Humanist Manifesto and you're going to some external source, in your case, well, you see, there's a logical impossibility because secular humanists wouldn't do that. It doesn't tell us shit, Craig. I'm giving you a prescription based on your first tenet. Hang on, stop. Based on your very first tenet, I need you to use the actual manifesto itself to tell me how it conflicts with that prescription. What you're doing is you're saying, I don't like that prescription. That's right. Nobody gives a shit what you like. Show me in the Humanist Manifesto where it is that it actually debunks this prescription, or says this prescription's wrong, or says this prescription isn't humanist. What I'm claiming is that that is humanism.
Okay.
That is a humanist doctrine. You need to show me within the Humanist Manifesto how it's not.
I already did that by explaining that the Humanist Manifesto doesn't say harm. It is about not doing harm. And again, Andrew, you are going back to your own interpretation. Now, secular humanism doesn't have one person's interpretation to take into account. Secular humanism is based on a collective, the shared experiences. We don't take the Bible. We don't take one person.
We need you in the audience to remain quiet, please.
We don't take one person's interpretation and say that's what we're going to stick to. Okay, we don't go, this is the thing that we say because this person wrote this and that is what we stick to. As humanists, we have collective experiences. We will get together and say...
Do you write them in a manifesto?
Yes, because that's a group of collective experiences.
You have collective experiences, and you put them in a manifesto.
So what we would do you want me to answer the question, or are you going to jump in and let me...
How long are you going to take to answer the question?
Well, I let you talk for a while to give the question, so let me answer. Are you afraid of me answering the question, Andrew?
I just want you to actually
I'm trying to... Andrew, if you're afraid of me answering the question, just say...
No, it's just that you're using so much words to say absolutely nothing, and also everything you're saying is not debunking anything Andrew's saying. It's not. No one's afraid of you talking. In fact, if we just sat here and listened to you talk all day, we would see that you're an absolute moron who doesn't know what he's talking about. It would be actually be in Andrew's advantage to let you talk. But the thing is, we only got so much time, Craig. There's only so much time in the world. We got things to do. We can only hear you say the same things that Andrew is telling you so much.
Let me pull you apart.
If you're afraid of me answering the question, then that's
hold
fine.
on 1 second. Let me pull you apart just to reset here. Andrew, can you ask your question one more time?
Yeah, it's really simple, okay? Yes, I agree. You guys all have collective experiences, and you put them in a thing called the Humanist Manifesto, which you just agreed to. Using this Humanist Manifesto of your collective experiences, I gave a prescription. Can you also use that Human Manifesto to debunk that prescription? Tell me why that prescription is wrong using the manifesto itself. I think you can't. I think you can't do it, Craig, because it doesn't tell you shit. It doesn't tell you anything.
Once again,
go ahead. Show me. Show me in the manifesto itself where that prescription conflicts with humanism. Because I'm saying it's a greater form of humanism than your humanism.
Are you done?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Now take a deep breath and let me talk, okay? Good boy. There we go. Calm. Right. Once again, Human Manifesto says no harm. It's about not doing harm. It's about human flourishing. Okay? I'm not going to use the exact words because interpretations are a thing. But as secular humanists, we would get together and say, how do we deal with this thing? It's not a particular prescription of things that you have to do. It is an ethical framework. You would take the framework and you would say, how do we deal with this problem? You would get together as a society and using our shared experiences, empathy towards each other, the want to do less harm. How do we deal with this issue? Secular humanists do not do harm. That is the idea of secular humanism, to not do harm, to flourish. So I'm going to use the principles. I don't have to use the specific manifesto because I could just get into the Bible and ask how stoning people on the Sabbath because they went to work is good for society, or how not letting women speak. Andrew, your Bible says that you can beat your slave as much as you want, as long as they can get up afterwards. That comes for a good society. No, I can tell you why Christianity is not good for society, right? But you have not given me any reasons to do it. What I'm not going to do is engage with your personal interpretations of secular humanism, because personal interpretations don't matter. Collective decisions as a society is what matter. So you individually deciding this is the prescription of secular humanism is not how secular humanism works.
Perfect.
And what you've done is said, we have got a set of rules by God that we can set out by. We've got a normative authority to go to. But that normative authority also drowned the entirety of humanity because he didn't like what they were doing. To use a normative authority that is a psychopathic deity is a very silly thing to do. We don't need a normative authority. We need collective experiences and how that will affect humans in the future.
Got it. So I just want to make sure. I'll steel man.
Wait for the applause. Come on. Thank you.
Let's hear some real applause.
All right, guys, come on.
All right,
my turn. Come on, louder.
All right.
Come on. Hey.
We'll return to the debate. Go ahead, Andrew.
Never an L. I just wanted to move back to this very quickly. I just want to make sure that I steelman your position in the best faith I possibly can.
Fine, then we're going to get food
Okay,
after.
that's what I'm trying again. So, let's say
you're very trying. Yes.
When you say it's the collective experience of us that matters.
Yes.
And the interpretation of this framework.
It's the collective experiences and how that relates to the framework.
Okay. In the collective experience of these people utilizing this framework, they would be able to utilize this framework to debunk that prescription, correct?
I just did.
You utilize collective experience to debunk my prescription.
Yeah, collective experience of people being locked up and kidnapped and experimented on being a shit thing to do. The collective experiences would say that humanity wouldn't do that because the collective experience of humanity knows that that is a bad thing to do that causes harm and doesn't help people. There is no way that secular humanism would lock people up and experiment on them because that causes harm. Secular humanism does not cause harm. We would not find a solution to something that includes purposely causing people harm. So you are coming up with this prescription because you do not understand what secular humanism is.
I do understand.
You seem to think that secular humanism is anything.
When I
that
ask a
isn't
question,
Christianity.
please don't take 2 minutes, right? Just give a
I'm
quick
sorry.
answer.
If you watch a lot of shorts, should I play like a video of like Subway Surfers as I talk at the same time? Is that going to help?
So anyway, back to this. The reason is because we can't get anywhere. If you filibuster on a single answer forever and ever and ever,
Again, if you've got a short attention span, Andrew, that's not my problem.
So the point is that if it is the case that it's just due to collective experience, using this as just a framework, what's to stop the collective experience from making prescriptions just like mine, based on whatever their collective experiences are?
It's a logical impossibility.
Stop.
You asked me the question.
Well, can I finish asking it?
Okay.
So anyway, what's to actually to stop the collective from coming up with, well, for one thing, they can change the manifesto itself, right? It's already been changed multiple times.
So is the Bible multiple times.
Nobody's disputing that. But what I'm saying is that inside of this, if you have a collection of people who say, for instance, to, I don't know, lock up all children, right? Prescriptively, that's what humanists decide is going to help the most when it comes to knowledge of the world being derived by observation, experimentation, and rational analysis. They're using rational analysis to determine children need to be locked up until they get to a certain age. What inside of the Humanist Manifesto itself is demonstrating that should not happen? What is it? What can you point to anything in it?
The reduction of harm. Andrew, you keep
where
is it?
Where is it?
Where is it? I'm not going to use the exact words that are in it because
they're not in it.
Because
they're not in it.
Right? I'm not going to use the.
See, and this also too, this point is whatever causes harm, that's what we won't do. But that's subjective. There's no book or rule thing that you could appeal to say what harm is or what harm isn't. Okay. This guy's saying, well, we would all come to the conclusion that locking people up and experimenting on them is wrong. Oh, okay. Well, now do COVID. Some people were saying having people locked down in their homes and forcing people to get an experimental jab, some people was arguing that was harmful. But other people, maybe Craig, I don't know, were arguing, no, it's good. It's a good thing. We should do it. Even though that was causing people harm. Yeah, so with that, there was no book or rule book that we could go to point, it says here that we're wrong. We're by these ethics, this guidebook of ethics right here to show that this is wrong. And we were millions of people were at the mercy of a consensus of the few. People who got together and their shared experiences got together and decided we needed to be locked down. What about scenarios like that, Craig?
And what it represents is to not do harm. You keep coming up with things that are harmful, right? Let me get this through to you. Secular humanism will not do something that purposely causes harm. You keep saying...
Who determines what harm is?
Can you let me talk?
Who determines what harm is, Craig?
Collective experiences and empathy.
So if collective experience says this isn't harmful...
Collective experiences say that it is harmful, though. That is what collective experience
But what if it didn't, Craig?
But
what if the collective experience of these people says that's not harmful?
But they do, Andrew.
But if they didn't, though?
Right, well, in the same way, what if God said that you could do whatever you want?
What if he did? Answer my question.
Well, but collective experiences don't. It's a logical impossibility. Under the framework...
The unanswer of the first question loses, Craig. Answer my question.
Under the framework of secular humanism, that is a logical impossibility to do, right? I do not have to answer things that will never happen.
Let's start with what does logical impossibility mean?
It means that it's something that is logically impossible as a conclusion.
You can't use the words to describe the words, Craig.
Yes, you can.
What does logical impossibility mean?
It means that it is something that would not come as a result of conclusions of what's happening. If you look at the overall, if you look at the overall conclusions of what secular humanism gives, and look at that, the outcome would be
My
a logical.
question is, what does logical impossibility mean?
I'm trying to answer. It means that it is something that if you look at the overall conclusions of something and look at it logically, the outcome is an impossibility. If you look at all the conclusions of secular humanism, what it tries to promote, the logical impossibility of locking people up and causing harm comes from looking at those the entirety of secular humanism. You keep coming up with questions of what if they locked people up?
Yeah,
what if they did
I just
that?
want to make sure we
it's
got
not
this
something
right.
that would happen in secular
Is
humanism.
Wolverine from the X-Men logically impossible?
Wolverine is from the X-Men, specifically the first.
No.
iteration
The
of the
character, the Wolverine from the X-Men, the adamantium claws, the healing power system, is that logically impossible?
Using Copenhagen's interpretation of quantum mechanics, no.
No, it's not logically. So Wolverine is not logically impossible, right?
It could exist in a number of universes,
Got
as far
it.
as we know.
But what is logically impossible is that a bunch of people can't get together and change what the meaning of harm is.
Well, again. But Andrew, you are missing the point of what collective experiences show us. We look at collective experiences throughout the world and we can see what harm is. You are just saying, well, what if they changed what harm is? But as humans, we know what
Craig,
harm
what if they change what the meaning of harm is, Craig?
You got 3 words out there, Andrew.
Can you answer the damn question, Craig?
I'm trying to, Andrew, and if you let me, that would be wonderful.
Oh, well, you see, the thing is that without answering the question never gets
I
answered,
am
and so we're
answering
never
the
going to actually
question.
answer
If
the
you
question,
if you
because
let me-
answering the question is an unanswered question.
Yep.
And what do they change the definition of harm, Craig?
Yeah, Andrew, I'm trying to let me answer the question. They won't change the definition of
Oh,
harm.
they won't?
No.
But Wolverine's logically possible.
So, secular humanism looks at what happens as experiences, and throughout humanity, we can know that locking people up and doing harm is a bad thing because it makes bad things happen. It makes people unhappy. It causes harm. It makes society a worse
What
place.
about when it doesn't cause harm, like when we lock criminals up?
So, the idea of locking criminals up, at least in the decent countries,
Does it reduce
is
harm, Craig?
Yes. When you
Yes. Wait. So you just saying
wait,
locking
no,
people
I'm
up,
trying to, Andrew,
locking
wait,
people up is going to
Andrew,
reduce harm. Well,
Andrew,
not
am I allowed
really,
to
right,
talk?
Craig?
Am I allowed to talk?
Well, Craig, you've
Andrew,
been
am
doing
I allowed
nothing
to
but
talk?
talking.
Andrew, am I allowed to talk?
Yes, Craig,
Yes,
you're allowed
Andrew,
to
am I allowed
talk.
to talk?
Yes, Craig.
Right, Andrew, what
But
can
how
we do
long
to
are
get-
you going to talk?
Andrew, am I allowed to talk?
For how long at once, though?
Okay, so you are being a flat earther here.
You're being an ethical flat earther.
What you're doing is you're not allowing the other person to talk and just laughing.
That's because you want to answer any questions.
I'm trying to answer the question,
No,
but every
Craig,
time I do,
that's not an answer. It's filibuster.
no, you don't understand its answers, Andrew. Maybe because you're not a very intelligent person, but I'm not sure.
One day, Craig, I'll get to your level.
Oh. So, would you like me to answer any of your questions, or are you going
Yes,
to
I
let
would
me get
actually
3
like
words
the
in?
answers. And
What?
here's the thing. I'll make a deal with you. If you treat this in good faith and you actually answer my questions, I'll actually answer yours. But don't filibuster.
I'm trying to.
Hang on. Don't filibuster and don't lie. Simple. Is it not the case that people change what the definition of harm is all the time? And by necessity, they have to do that, Greg, right? You have to change what the definition of harm is. So when you say, Andrew, it's logically impossible that people would change the definition of harm so that you could lock women up to do X, Y, Z to them, that's not actually logically impossible, is it?
Under the tenets of secular humanism, yes, it is.
Then show me where.
Secular humanism is about not doing harm and making
show me
things
where.
unhappy.
Show me where
Again,
in the humanist document it conflicts with this, since it says we can change our definition of what harm is anytime we want.
But the definition of harm is what it is. We know what harm is.
No, we don't know what harm is.
Yes, we do. Our collective experiences show us, if we make people unhappy, if we make people hurt, we make them die, we make them injured, that is harm. And as society, we can get together and say, well, we don't want those bad things to happen. What makes people depressed?
Yeah, but
what makes people... Andrew,
You
I
can
am in
do
the middle
all
of
those
answering your
things,
question.
and it can reduce harm too.
Right.
Right.
Andrew, I will answer your question, but you might need to let me get there.
Go ahead,
to
Craig,
set
go
my
ahead. Go
set my
ahead,
stage.
go ahead, Craig,
right?
calm down.
The problem is that you do not want to hear the answers. You just want your
Craig,
script
stop
to be.
talking.
I'm not going to
Just
stick
get
to
the
your
answer.
script.
Get to the answer. Go.
Right. Do not talk. Let me answer. Because I.
Dude, I can't. I can't stand. I love Andrew Wilson, but some of the people that he debates are so fucking cringe. It makes me not want to watch because, like, I don't even know how he fucking, dude. I would blow my brains out. That guy is the most annoying Now, I think Destiny is also annoying, but not on that fucking level, not even close. And I would even argue that it would be a better debate in general.
That spell isn't ready yet. Still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. Killing spree.
Yeah, you're not gonna sheet me, mate. So this will put me at 13. This gets me carrot on a stick.
Time is money, friend.
Talk to me. Keep it real.
Hello. Ishno Daldiab.
All right, Zul'Farrak. Oh, I can already do fucking Moron.
We may have been suffering a drought, but there's no shortage of meat. Care to browse my goods? Have a good one. Ah, a visitor. Must be an adventurer. We don't get many tourists down this way. Grab a chair and a drink, make yourself comfortable. Say, you look like you have some meat on your bones. You thinking about competing in the cage matches?
On my way, brothers. Obviously the warrior. That don't even make no fucking sense, but okay.
I need a target. I'm still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't attack. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. Charging. That spell isn't ready yet. spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Killads.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Killads.
It's still recharging. I can't attack that target.
Nine more.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. Charge. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I need to target something first. can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. I need to get closer. It's too far away. I can't cast that yet. I'm out of range. I need to go closer. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. Charging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. Charging. That spell isn't ready yet.
How are ya?
Time is money, friend. Hurry back.
It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I'm out of range.
Ooh.
It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
This desert be mine.
It's still recharging.
Die, Outlander.
I can't cast that yet.
The Sand Fury reigns supreme.
It's still recharging.
Feel the fury of the sands.
Oh my god. That damn thing never drops. What do we need to compare?
It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I don't have a target. I need to target something first. Far away. Charging. Not enough mana. My mana is low.
These pools are kind of cringe. There's me. What?
Everyone buy me a really good gift. Ready?
Think that would work?
Well, it takes pressure off the bed, it takes pressure off the leg. Guess how much they're selling them for?
Probably $1,000.
A lot more.
Yeah, probably.
5,900.
Sounds about right.
That's crazy, though.
Dude, that hitbox is insane. How am I... You guys don't know to stay in the water? We're gonna be 47.
We may have been suffering a drought, but there's no shortage of meat. Care to browse my goods? Keep it real.
Okay.
Alright, well that's done. Now we're gonna start working on Mordon. Mithril. We got 2 hours.
Who you be? Warmonger. Where's my chance to hit? What is my hit right now? 0. It gives me 3%? Oh my god, this thing's gonna be fucking stupid expensive. Is it not?
What's up? You found it. Well done, adventurer.
Oh, hell
Did you have
yeah.
to fight Bly for it? I hope you knocked him and his band down good and hard. We need you to take on the stronger ranks of the Waste Wander nomads now. You've done a good job thus far, but if we are to take back those water wells, then it only makes sense to do it against as few nomads as possible. This time around, we need you to take down their rogues, assassins, and shadow mages. You'll find them east and southeast of here. I'm not going to lie to you. They're a nasty lot. Do this for us, though, and we'll be on our way to taking back what is rightfully ours.
I'm gonna
Oh,
get
great,
carrot
you
on a
got them.
stick.
Thanks, adventurer. You're a real lifesaver. Have you ever seen Thistle Shrub Valley? It's a mighty dangerous place, adventurer. Those strange beasts there, I don't trust them for a minute. Gnarled thistle shrubs and thistle shrub root shapers, that's what I think they were called. Anyhow, I want to get into the valley, but with so many of those thistle shrubs around, there's no way I'm going back there. But here's where you come in. If you clear some of them out, I just might think about going back. What do you think, adventurer? Help me out?
This is very nice temper indeed, and so much of it. I'll be at work for days before I use it all. Thank you, adventurer. Please take this as payment.
Yeah, this is increased bows by +4? Yo. Oh. That's crazy. I think I'm high enough to 46 to start doing Maradon.
Hey! Wow! You got the scale! Thanks, adventurer! I can't wait to get to work on this thing! So you saw Gazrilla? Was he as big as they say?
Yeah, he's pretty fucking big. Pretty fucking big. Oh, classic. What server am I on? I don't even remember the name of the damn server I'm on. Nightslayer. Server reset time. The fresh classic realms will open up at 2 p.m. PST on November. Blah, 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 blah. So 2 p.m. Eastern. So, if that's the case, 10 a.m. 10 a.m. So every 8 hours. So now? So broken tooth. Wait, hold on. 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he should be up now if he's there.
Where would you like to fly to? Strength.
Ain't no way. No way we're finding him right now. Warmongua.
Look, I know Valentine's Day's over, but I just saw this gentleman's Valentine's Day photos, and somebody's got to tell him. Dude, that's a man, man. Like, that's a man, okay? I mean, look at this shit. Tell me that's not a man. Bro, that's a dude. What the f*** are you thinking? You know, you would have thought the Wang would have given it away. But if you somehow overlook that, look at this. Yeah, that's a boy. It's a boy. Anyway, can somebody just tell Obama and his husband that I'm dropping a new music video this Friday at 9 a.m.? It's for the boys, so they'll both enjoy it. Look, I know Valentine's Day's over, but I just saw this gentleman's Valentine's Day photos, and somebody's got to tell him. Dude, that's a man, man. Like, that's a man, okay? I mean, look at this shit. Tell me that's not a man. Bro, that's a dude. What the f*** are you thinking? You know, you would have thought the Wang would have given it away. But if you somehow overlook that, look at this. Yeah, that's a boy. It's a boy. Anyway, can somebody just tell Obama and his husband that I'm dropping a new music video this Friday at 9 a.m.? It's for the boys, so they'll both enjoy it.
Forever in your debt. And if I sounded a little...
Look, I know Valentine's Day's over, but I just saw this gentleman's Valentine's Day...
Much nicer person to those who haven't stolen from me.
Bro, she did not look like that in the movie. What is this bullshit?
I believe we pulled his pants down and we were just waiting for him to wake. They had Navy SEALs tattooed on their bodies, but they weren't Navy SEAls because I trained the SEALs. And they came in, and what happened was I was standing and there's a long bar and I see so many people flying left and right. 3 guys came and they pushed all these little Japanese people to the side and they marched their way through. I'm just looking away. I didn't want to look at them, and sure enough, they pushed me as well. I said, hey guys, how's it doing? And right away they surrounded me. Oh, you want to go bring it outside? Guy walked up, Guy Metzger, and he said, hey guys, we're all professional fighters. Oh, I don't give a crap. From all of us, that's the worst guy to pick a fight with. You shouldn't do this right now. And the guy goes, so you want to go outside? Who do you want to fight? I said, I'll fight all 3 of you. What about that? We're walking outside. 2 of them got dropped instantly. I go bong bong and had one guy off. I say, you know what? I'm not going to knock him out. I'm going to submit him. Got him in an armbar first. He taps. He wants to quit. I let him go, and right away he attacks me again. I roll right away into a knee bar. I say, is it over now? He said, hey, stop. I say, okay, so let him go. And again he attacks me. And then everybody goes, boss, just choke him out. I go, okay. And so I choke him out, laid him on the ground. I believe we pulled his pants down and we were just waiting for...
At 8 years old, he was benching 210 pounds and was considered the world's strongest boy, but that was 30 years ago, so where is he now? Known as Little Hercules, light training began at the age of 2 under the guidance of his father, and things got serious very quickly. By the age of 5, Little Hercules was working out for 7 hours a day, incorporating 600 push-ups and 300 squats daily into his routine, and had to sleep on the floor to maintain perfect posture. He had a strict diet of protein shakes and vegetables, giving him a body fat percent of 1. His father would eat things like pizza right in front of him, while Little Hercules was given a head of lettuce to consume. By age 8, he was bench pressing 3 times his body weight. During all this, Little Hercules told the media he was never forced into bodybuilding, but after his father was put in prison, his training gradually faded. Fast forward to today, and Little Hercules is now 32 years old, and has quit bodybuilding altogether, saying it bores him. At 8 years old, he was benching 210 pounds and was considered the world's strongest boy, but that was
Don't you want to see a 400-pound dude?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. Want to see the Mountain fight in MMA?
I agree.
The Mountain could not fight in MMA. He's too big.
Well, the biggest guy is Brian Shaw, who I've.
Oh my God! How big is that guy?
I've become good friends with.
He's so big. What does he weigh?
So Brian came to my show in Denver, and I did a whole episode of 2 episodes called Best of, my YouTube show with him. I went to his gym, and I worked out with him. And it was just so much fun.
Does he do like the Atlas stones and shit?
Dude, listen. This is a real thing. Okay, he's 6'8", I think might be 6'9", and he is
441 pounds.
He was 465 pounds. Trim, fucking trim.
465. Now, so he would have to lose 200 pounds to fight in the UFC.
Dude, he took 300 pounds in one hand, Joe. 300 pounds in one hand. Look, and went like that.
Don't you want to see a 400-pound dude?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Want to see the Mountain fight in MMA?
I agree.
The Mountain could not fight in MMA. He's too big.
Well, the biggest guy is Brian Shaw, who I've.
Oh my God! How big is that guy?
I've become good friends with.
He's so big. What does he weigh?
So Brian came to my show in Denver, and I did a whole episode of 2 episodes called Best of, my YouTube show with him. I went to his gym, and I worked out with him. And it was just so much fun.
Does he do like the Atlas stones and shit?
Dude, listen. This is a real thing. Okay, he's 6'8", I think might be 6'9", and he.
I'm here with Will. We're at the Gymshark event in Miami, Florida. Will's here with Gymshark. We're having a good time. Will Tennyson, who's been recently on a cut.
Yeah.
How much weight have you lost?
20 pounds.
And so you're weighing in what right
about now? 187.
187 pounds, about 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
And we just finished going to the bathroom where I measured up in there, but now we're gonna be measuring his body fat.
So first, give it like a laser eye vision. Like, what do you think?
I think you're going to be close to 9%.
9%?
Very lean. This is the leanest I've ever seen him, in particular the back. So we're going to see how close am I.
Okay.
All right, let's check this out. Not much on the arm. So 2.7. I'm going to write this in. All right, let's do the triceps. Give a flex real quick. And relax. And so we're going to measure roughly right where that little horseshoe shape is made. Relax as much as possible. Arms are jacked. 5.1.
Is that lean?
It's quite, yeah, like those are good numbers. I think I'd be slightly less than that myself, but close.
Really?
I was at 7.6 when I did it.
You're 7.6?
7.6.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's see the back. One of his leanest body parts. Yeah, so let's see it out. Let's check it out. Oh, yeah. That's as close as some guys compete at. Like, really, hardly any fat on the back. 6.9. That's very
nice.
That's leaner than mine for sure. It was much lower than mine. The obliques over here. You get the arm on the. Yeah, that's it. Line it up. Your energy still good this lean? Feeling great?
Yeah. Strength is still exactly where it is.
4.9. Let me just do the math on it. 7.3. 7.9.
No way.
Under 8%.
No way. Really?
So you're 7.9 on the Lang body fat testing scale test. I was 7.6. What you're not seeing is how lean your back is. My back has way more fat on it than yours.
Yeah.
I have a little bit less on
my
the
quads
tricep.
are not that lean though.
Well, I can do your quad measurement just for further testing.
Yeah.
Man, that's pretty lean. Just relax as much. I can't believe how your legs are that big. This is nuts. Relax as much, like shake it out. Jeez. See, even like I can barely pinch. Jeez. I'm getting 7. Now look at the difference.
Yeah.
See how loose my leg?
Yeah.
But like, I feel like your legs are definitely better than mine.
I need a tan, man. If only I had the proper tan.
Well, if you had a proper tan, you could beat me in a show right now. Oh my god, I can't do that.
Oh no?
Holy shit, that was heavy. Say your opinion on, say, doing a variety of exercises for one muscle. Like, for example, chest. You need to do 3 different sets of 3 different exercises. Triceps, like, I personally think 1 set I'm good. What about you?
One set?
Like 1 exercise, I'm good. I'll stick to bench press and that's it, or I'll stick to chest press as it. Do you think you need to do a lot of variety?
I don't. I think I'm a minimalist in my training. Yeah. I usually like to pick a few, like maybe like 2 to 3 exercises for my chest training in total for like the whole week. Yeah. And master those. Because I feel like if you start to use too many exercises, you regress in the other ones.
Because a lot of people do like 4 sets of different, the exercises, and they'll do 4 sets of 4, whatever. I don't think you need to do that. I really just do my favorites.
Yeah.
I can get just as much results from doing my favorite exercises as having the perfect blended plan. I think it's overrated. I think you don't need to do that.
I agree, and I think that's what separates. And you have a lot of people who are like natural, especially.
Yeah.
The regular naturals from the great naturals. The regular naturals just do a bunch of bullshit, but like the good naturals, like really like focus and like put intensity into like a few sets.
Yeah.
That makes all the difference.
When I was big into like powerlifting and bodybuilding, my whole workout was bench press. Like I would do 45 minutes of bench pressing.
Yeah.
And after that, maybe 1 or 2 sets of something else.
Yeah.
Deadlifts, 45 minutes of that. A couple other sets of back. Deadlifts, squats, 45. And it was just squat, bench, deadlift, and then a few other things as bonus, and it worked great.
Yeah. You don't need a lot. I think people overcomplicate it.
Yeah, I agree. And front double bicep. Looks good. Side chest. Side tricep. Blow your air out of your stomach. Most muscular. Hands on hips, most muscular. A lot of guys will start with the hands on hips and then do the crab after. It'll look really good. Your obliques will be hard. And oh yeah, we got the back double bi and back lat spread. So your best leg back. And if you're really lean, you want to take your time doing like this. It would be a bit wider on this side, the scapula just needs. What you need to do is practice with a 2-way mirror front to back, so you can actually see when it hits, and then you'll get used to it. Okay. If you keep practicing with no mirror and you just do it without seeing it, you'll never know when you're in the pose.
Yeah.
2-way mirror, you see yourself posing, you'll be set. And that's it. Awesome. Congrats. I'm super impressed. Will, 7.9%, 7.6. We're neck and neck. 1 more week, he's leaner than me. We just did a pose down. Who do you think would win in a bodybuilding competition, Will or Coach Greg? I'm giving it to Will. Sam came, brought it, and even did so with a better physique than expected. He's going to be going to the Arnold Classic in
2 weeks from now. See how I fare at the Arnold Amateur.
Is he in fact going to turn IFBB Pro? It's a very daunting task. Coach
Coach Greg. In today's video, Sam's competing. We're going to be going over him competing for the overall, how he stacks up against the other competitors. Did he deserve the victory? Was it a close call? What are his strengths and weaknesses? He's going to be going to the Arnold Classic in 2 weeks.
So 2 weeks from now that I'm qualifying for the Arnold's, that's the plan, to see how I fare at the Arnold Amateur.
And so I'm going to be predicting, is he in fact going to turn IFBB Pro? What does he need to do? Let's get right into it.
All the carbs and sweets that I got to eat yesterday have all flowed into the correct places, so I still feel like I got an empty stomach, but I've kind of bumped up the weight a little bit, so I'd say I'm now officially carbed up. Now there's a few more steps first before we actually get to real competition.
Sam weighed in at 216 pounds. He then ate and drank a lot of food, trust me on this, and he's weighing in today at 224 pounds. He absolutely has filled out. Sometimes people, they carry this a little bit too far, and it can in fact blur some of the lines. And those of you who have watched his posing routine already, many of you noticed that the quads didn't have the kind of details that he did the day before. And the reason for that is, well, at 216 pounds, completely dehydrated without any water or carbs, he was able to see the feathering of the quads that much more. And so he may in fact have overcarbed just slightly, as in gaining those 8 pounds, he added size and fullness, but sacrificed some of the conditioning of his lower half.
Like some of these guys only get like 2 hours of sleep, but I was out from 8 till 5, so feeling well rested there.
And so Sam managed to get 9 straight hours of sleep. That is remarkable, but I don't think he should have done that. When you leave carbing up to the last minute, remember he had to weigh in at 2 p.m. He was carb depleted. And so by sleeping 9 straight hours, what he did was he missed 1 additional meal that could have allowed him to get a little bit fuller. But I'm certain that what he did was carb even harder than last time, drinking plenty of fluids right before he went to bed, and woke up with all the food absorbed and going to the right places. When I coach people, I do suggest that at some point you're probably going to get up and go to the bathroom. And if you're feeling flat, feeling like you could eat a little bit more, then add in a few rice cakes, chocolate bar, and so on in order to fill up and carb up to your maximum. As you can see, Sam is shredded and he weighed in at the weight class limit. Obviously, he can't put on any more muscle. When you're this lean and you're at the top of your weight cap, you can't do anything to improve. It's come to no surprise to anyone that he in fact won his weight class. And so he goes through the posing against the other 3 competitors within his weight class. Sam, he really stands out. He's a shoo-in to win. He knows it, the crowd knows it, the judges knows it, you all know it.
I've gone from 0 stage experience to some stage experience. So for finals, I'm feeling extra comfortable about walking out there, you know, strutting and whatever else.
And so Sam, his confidence is building even higher. Before he had no experience on stage, he's now been on stage, he's now comfortable with it. And he's going to make some small adjustments to improve his posing, carb up a little bit more, and present his best at the night show, as he knows he's going to be in it for the overall.
I can get all the 8K posing clips and everything, but for now, let's just have to make do with the phone clips of the actual posing routines.
The phone clips, in comparison to the 4K, 8K, and so on, they simply don't do Sam justice. I watched many videos, people being very critical, people sending me messages in private. Hey, he looked off. His legs weren't lean. They weren't separated. He needs more conditioning. I'm thinking, are you kidding me? He was absolutely peeled inside out. The problem is the cameras taking this footage are from 100 feet back. Trust me, the judges did not see it like that. And so if you were one of the judges standing and judging Sam Sulek, you would have seen fibers twitching, moving, veins back there, the size, the fullness, everything. And so trust me, Sam looked impeccable. As expected, he wins his weight class. But up next, the moment you've all been waiting for, the overall. This is where the best of the best battle it out to find out who is the overall victor. Remember, up until this point, they're separated by height. And so you win your height class. That doesn't mean you're the best. The true athletes, the real competitors, they're in it to win the overall. The 3 competitors here, they're very good. All are conditioned, all are shredded, all brought their A game to this competition. Standing relaxed, you can see. It's anyone's battle at this point. You cannot decide who's going to win it. The guy in the center has a smaller waist, he has excellent quads and wide shoulders. The man to his left has the most size, and he is in fact very detailed, but he has a wider waist. And Sam to the right, he's looking a little smaller, but it's because he's being out-angled. The further you are from the camera to the right, it's making him look smaller. And so from this angle, you might think, oh, he doesn't have enough size. But remember, these are camera angles. As they do the quarter turn to the right, you can see Sam is the most conditioned. Look at the detail in the obliques. As he twists to the side, you can see he's more striated, he's toned, but he doesn't have the smallest waist. The guy in the center has a smaller waist, and the man to his left may in fact be a little bit bigger. And from the rear, at left, we have striated glutes. Bro is peeled. In the center, he's lacking in glute striations, and you can clearly see he's missing the size in the legs and the detail. Sam, on the other hand, amazing striations, the hamstrings, the side of the leg, he's dialed in. And front double bicep, Sam has excellent biceps, a great vacuum pose, and he does have very lean legs, but he's not posing it effectively. Sam definitely could work on this pose to allow himself to properly display his quads so that he could really stand out. The man in the center, I feel he's posing better. His legs show more detail, but he doesn't have Sam's size. And so immediately I'm thinking, although the guy in the center perhaps has the best shape, he doesn't have the size, and so I'm eliminating him. And to the left, lots of size, definition, fullness, but he doesn't have the minuscule waist. Side chest. On the left, you see striated glutes, quads, hamstrings, excellent side chest pose, the pecs, the biceps, the delts. In the center, as I said, not enough size, and Sam, he looks fantastic here. He's got the crazy looking chest, the shoulders, and the arms combined with amazing separation in the lower half. The legs, as well as the calves, even the glutes, they do appear to be striated. Back double bicep, Sam has excellent conditioning. The back of the leg, it's so dry, definitely sub 5% body fat. And the back, very detailed, doesn't have the small waist, but in my opinion, he's still winning this pose. And thigh and abdominal, now this is where I feel Sam could stand out more. He's doing the vacuum pose, but he isn't displaying his quads to his best of his ability. He's hard as nails, granite hard, but when you look at his upper legs, they do appear to be soft. The bottom teardrop, perhaps the first 3-4 inches above the knee, it looks very lean. But after that, it seems to fade out. He needs to work on his posing so that the entirety of his quads appear to be leaner than last time. And great final classic physique pose from Sam Sulek with that twisting rear double bicep pose. You see the conditioning of the back, the mass, as well as the conditioning of the legs. And so very good pose. I see him have won this competition. But let's see what the judges think. What happens at this point is, having seen them go through the poses, the judges now always put the best competitors in the center. What was the announcement? They put the largest man in the center. Notice, Sam is still to the side. In Sam's mind, he must be thinking, is this guy going to take it? I know that if I'm on stage, I'm hoping that my name is going to be called to go to the middle. Whoever's in the middle most likely is going to win. And so at this point, you got to be thinking, it's possible that Sam doesn't win it. And so they go through all of the poses again, getting the judges to see them from different angles to make sure that they have their favorite in the center. Upon seeing them go through all their poses again, the last comparison, Sam Sulek, get to the center. And so in Sam's mind at this point, I've got it. This cements it. Whoever is there in the center at the end, most likely going to win it. And so although the man was taller, bigger, had more muscle, Sam has a better shape. If the taller man had perhaps 3-inch smaller waist, I'm saying he would have won it. But Sam, on this day, he's simply better. And so let's compare Sam's physiques to some of your favorite YouTubers who have been competing. The Trend Twins. Trend Twins were not even close to this condition. Sam Sulek would beat the Trend Twins by a mile. What about the Latman? The Latman, more conditioned than the Trend Twins, but Sam is still coming out on top. The only man I can think of that's at this level is none other than Larry Wheels. And so what I would love to have seen is a battle between Sam Sulek and Larry Wheels. And in that case, who would in fact come out on top? I'm telling you, it would be very close. Larry Wheels most certainly would beat Sam Sulek in the rear double bicep pose. Larry's back is amazing. It's much more developed than Sam Sulik. However, Larry Wheels has one leg not as developed as the other. Sam Sulik, despite the fact he can't pose his legs quite effectively, I do believe he has better quads than Larry Wheels. Larry has a smaller waist, wider shoulders, and is taller, carrying more mass. It would in fact be very close. And so until we see them side by side, pose for pose, hard to predict who would actually win.
So really, I'm just concerned, all right, I got to get as clean as I can get, dry as I can get. And today I definitely did that. This is my first time reaching anywhere near stage ready.
My personal opinion is Sam Sulik over-delivered and under-promised. Many other YouTubers, they competed and perhaps people were underwhelmed. But in this case, especially considering the pressure, the millions of fans who are expecting to win, I do believe Sam came, brought it, and even did so with a better physique than expected.
So this competition season does not yet come to an end. It's going to be over at the end of the month, right, with the Arnold. Those open guys were huge. So if I had to go up against them, this would be a very different conversation.
And so Sam says, look, I've got 2 more weeks to bring it at the Arnold class to go for my IFBB Pro card. I don't want to switch into open. There were guys that were competing that were perhaps 50 pounds bigger than me. I don't want to have to put on that much size. Imagine the PDs, the training, the years of dedication it's going to take to put on that kind of size.
I'm comfortable in classic right where I'm at.
Don't you all think it's healthier if he stays in classic physique? I mean, after all, if he does in fact turn pro, he can put 10 pounds more muscle, but if he competes as a super heavyweight bodybuilder and puts on only 10 pounds of muscle, he'll be one of the smallest guys. And so I hope he can turn pro and remain in classic physique. Because to play the size game as an open class IFBB Pro, it's a very daunting task.
The grind doesn't stop, right? Back to cardio, back to the deficit, but that's gonna start later. Not gonna have to worry about that today.
And so I certainly hope he wouldn't have to worry about it today. He literally just finished competing. Imagine if he was out going doing cardio. What I do caution him is don't follow in the footsteps of Larry Wheels. Don't overdo it. It's very easy to start eating, drinking water, and so on. Before you know it, you're up 20, 30, 40, or even 50 pounds like Larry Wheels. Considering he's competing in 2 weeks, I would say, eat whatever you know tonight. Don't go too crazy. Don't drink too much water. Take your time. And the next day, slowly go back to normal. Do some light cardio, some light training. He's like
Drawing any info or statements today? Yeah, I will. I'm just waiting for a few more people to roll in so I don't have to repeat myself 50 billion times. Can you go all the way? Or are you still limited? Well, I'm significantly less limited now, but I have to, I mean, I fired off I wrote up a huge thing over the past few days, which I wonder if that's what motivated them to file so quickly, for presenting my side of things. But now that everything's filed, now I have way more. There's one huge reason why I haven't said anything that nobody was able to put together, which is understandable, I guess, because it's a little unintuitive, but now that doesn't matter, so I guess. You wanted to give the other side enough rope to hang themselves to commit a narrative? No, basically, I guess it's enough. I'll go over a little bit, but I can't. I just want to make sure my legal dude sign off on everything. I ended up writing up a big thing. So here, this is like the big issue, okay? There are... I'm gonna go eat really quick.
switching loss and friction expansion. So the total force resisting is quite high as gravity plus friction. Even with frictional force is small, 5, 10, 15, 20 pounds. If you're squatting 225 pounds, now you're squatting. Between concentric and eccentric force. We have lots of literature on this, and it looks like one of two things is true. Concentric and eccentric are equally important for games. If you miss one or the other, it's not great. Or, a little bit more likely, to by a small margin, eccentric emphasis is important. Eccentric might require less neural activity and thus generate less fatigue to do, and on some mechanistic levels might actually cause more muscle by a little bit on average. You notice that the Smith machine, to completely the opposite direction of that, it requires a high concentric force and a low eccentric force, so it may set you up for a slightly lower gain. I have another video on machines and friction that explains all that. But, because we're talking about barbell squats still, free squats, this just doesn't happen on free squats. 225 pounds on the bar, it's 225 up, it's 225 down, so you have a also less eccentric component, plus there's a bit of a margin.
What brings you here?
Squats, in reality, is kind of a small benefit, but a notable one is that it transfers really well to sport performance and general strength because it has a balance program. You can lift a lot of weight with your own balance, get right into sports and hitting people and throwing them, and shit is all great. If you learn how to be really strong inside the confines of the machine, it takes the balance out of the equation largely. You'll probably be really good at sports, but it'll take a few weeks.
As the wind on the plains, you are always welcome here.
In a natural way that requires balance as well as sports. It's not a big deal. You get ultra machines and get right after, but it's just a small advantage. To frustrate the conditioning coach, and free squats are probably a little bit better than Smith machine squats. They're a little bit better look on the field of play. Give me numbers and
what you want.
500 different keys don't think so. Something. Now, what are the costs of free weight squats? For some folks, it requires so much balance from them. They spend so much time trying to balance that their force production is limited. It's not a usual thing, but it can happen for some people. And for some people, they can balance really well, but balancing means they're mostly just trying to do squats.
Ah, the great outdoors.
Folks that are really trying to nail their quads and have trouble connecting to them. Better. Much easier to do on a machine. On a free weight, you have so much to think about that it might not be as good of a balance connection. These are very, very minor downsides. The downsides of us. Now, the Smith machine squats. The cost and benefits are a little bit tilted in the other direction. So benefits of a Smith machine squat. It can absolutely robust. Obviously, like quad and hypertrophy lists up lower back gains as well. Although, because there's not a lot of forward to back movement, lower back gains will probably be better with free squatting by a little bit than the Smith machine. And here's the big upside. It lets you be way more stable and potentially focus much more on your quad high muscle connection, alter your foot position, alter your toes point, alter your chest, lower back position, and really squatting into your quads such that you get a ton of quad stimulus every single fucking rep you do. Maybe a little better than squats and sit-up. Now, Smith machine level. I already echoed on the barbell squats upside, I'll echo here on the Smith machine downside. It does make joint pain and problems more likely because it sets you on a fixed path. If you put your feet a little bit too close to yourself, too close to the back of the machine, trying to squat, you're going to end up on your tippy toes, your knees are going to feel good. If you put your feet way up in front of you, your knees are going to feel great, but you're actually going to be dunking your butt back. And honestly, a lot of butt weight, potentially some butt weight that doesn't feel that great. Those butt weight is totally fine, but if it's extreme, and it comes concomitantly with escalated...
Got the best deals anyway.
Got what you need! Absolutely makes it possible, because you definitely can't squat that far forward. If free squat, you fall, and you can't squat that far back in a free squat. Who knows? Naturally aligns you to squat in a way that's really good for all your joints. The Smith machine, it all depends on where you put your feet. And if you're a little bit forward, a little bit back, you can put a press button. So it really does require a particular person. If
I had W experience 1099 and I spoke with a TurboTax expert who helped me file the company. The only thing
major fitness, and three of the racks that are more the best-selling racks on their website. Let's first start talking about the D50. If you are a beginning lifter, I'm in the intermediate, but get reps in a Smith machine. If you want to get just get reps in a squat, you can fuck up the technique. But the balance requirement, you can't fuck it up so much as you should get up. In a Smith machine squat, if you're really into fuckery, you could just good morning glue it all together and keep your quads are barely involved because the machine doesn't require any balance component. Whatever muscles you could possibly use to pull it up into that bar, hey, good enough, it's going to come up. So you don't need to balance, you don't even need to have the center of gravity underneath it, which means you can take this machine and up its technique so much that it really ends up just not training your quads at all. And it's like, congratulations, you got a glute hamstring lower back workout. Reps. Into thin air, whereas in the squat, at least if you come down very deep, you have to use a lot of quads to get out. Because if you can't leave it, you just fall. Wait back up. You're totally fine in the sense that you're no longer training your quads much. So it's definitely that. Centric, eccentric. What would you explain it, so we'll do it again. There's that offset. You're getting much more eccentric load.
I can't attack that target.
That's probably backwards to how utilizing hypertrophy works. Sure shit is 50-50, which is a safe bet of how hypertrophy works. I'm aware of the literature that shows that this is concentric or the eccentric provides a benefit. There's a little bit of literature that provides a downside, not as much. So this is not ideal. One of the reasons why machines are sometimes, in some contexts, a little bit inferior to free weights because that frictional component almost always puts you in the wrong direction. The Smith machine squat, not controversially, doesn't allow you to do as well in transfer of training to progress quickly. I'm on the range.
That spell isn't ready yet. It's charging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's charging. I can't cast that yet.
I have it right here. Butlers. So what Lamborghini?
I'm out of range.
What's Lamborghini sell? T89, light on white, cool.
That's still recharging. That soul isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
The barbell squatting doesn't matter where you put it. I was going that way anyway. It's all set now. The Smith machine is just behind the bar.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Reach to the front of the bar, where I'm going to be done. And up at the gym, even if
it's too far away.
This little
that spell isn't ready yet.
Sometimes one set goes well, and sometimes the position or the other. It's a gnarly problem.
I need to get closer.
Your body is
it's charging.
Fat loss rates might have some different proportions.
That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
For folks that want to train for speed,
I'm out of range.
Machine squats.
It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet.
Training with very controlled device, using mostly free moves because they're learning.
I'm out of range.
Perfect balance for themselves.
I can't cast that yet.
Learn how machines that go to free weights. Also use Smith machine squats if they want to have some variation for squats. Sometimes you just want to do something different. Squats get old. Smith machine squats get different enough that it's like, oh, this is fun and this is new and this is good. If you want more mind-muscle connection, squats can give you. Smith machine squats oftentimes you can really slow eccentric. You can really position your body which you want. You can really lean into your quads. You get an awesome mind-muscle connection with your quads. If that's holding you back, mostly it isn't. If on the 1 out of 10 cases in which mind-muscle connection with quads is really a problem for you, Smith machine squats can be a medium. Folks that have figured out their feet positions, that's great. They have no idea where to put their feet. The Smith machine can be. I've seen people whatnot that start doing weight in the Smith machine. I'm kind of a gym, kind of looking at it. I'm like, should I say something? Like, feet are 8 feet out this way or 8 feet out that kind of way. They're kind of good morning and rebirthing themselves. And I'm like, God, This is terrible. So
It's too far away.
The answer is
That's
then how do you calculate the midline? Is the light position off the Smith bar so the shadow falls directly down? knows, man. It's really, really tough to do. And so, if you know where you're putting your feet, great. If you don't, Smith machine might not be ideal for you.
I'm on range. Let's recharge.
If you don't know,
I can't cast that yet.
First,
I need to
out of the bottom to your chest.
Let's
Shoots up. Smith machine is not for you. Because if you just like that, the first thing your body's gonna want to do is like a cat. It pushes everything away from itself. Your body shoots that blood up. Great. This is not all for your quads, and it's not the safest movement in the world. And so, if you don't have really, really, really well technique for how to swap properly for hypertrophy, the Smith machine is a bad deal. It's a worse deal, actually, than I have written down in these slides in years live. A lot of people bring the wrong psychology to machines. To free weights, they bring the psychology, which is good, of like, I'm in control and it's up to me to move these free weights properly. Otherwise, they're going to do well. They just sit there. In a machine, some people will say, like, good thing about a machine, this is terrible advice. Good thing about a machine is you can plug your clients in there and they'll just, because the machine already prearranged the path. Bullshit. The path is prearranged, but how you move your body in that path can also suck. So, in the Smith machine, a lot of people have this idea. They're like, okay, the squats have to pay attention to stuff, chest, back, and hips. With the Smith machine, I just go up and down, man. The machine takes care of the rest. Bullshit, sure as shit.
It's too far away.
Charging. The Smith machine have nothing else to squat with. I get it. If I see you in the first year or two of lifting, the Smith machine spots, I'm gonna be like, bro, unless you're doing this stellar, and I'm like, hey, dude, you're just ahead of the times. Normally, not a good idea. Free squats are for intermediates. You could use the Smith machine for variation. The variance is a closer stance than you can reasonably take in a normal squat. Closer stance, faster squat technique.
I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Killing spree.
That smells pretty yet. I'm afraid.
You
recharging.
your feet and on your toes at the same time.
It's too far away. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That smells pretty yet. It's still recharging.
Killing spree. I can help you guys with on the Smith machine squat is from the bottom of the lift. The first thing that comes up is your chest. It's super counterintuitive. You actually leverage wise, you're pushing into your own femurs, which fucking sucks. But remember, you have to try to lift as much weight as possible. If you were a power lifter, I'd absolutely tell you to tilt your hips up first. But you're not just grinding reps in this one. You gotta try to rise reps. Hit your quads first, not as much. Then you just go straight up on the whole.
Rampage.
You use as much weight, but after a couple sets of 8, you're gonna be like, holy shit, my quads are in a way I didn't know was possible with this low of weight. And lastly, as an intermediate, you cannot make the Smith machine an ego lift. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you something real fun. If you come at me in the real world and tell me like how much you squat, bench, deadlift, or any other like I got all time for that, awesome. You tell me, awesome. If you come up to me straight and you're like, dude, you need a Smith machine, you swear to God, you better hope you'll have copper on your game. Mark Simpson style, Martin Homer choked halfway to death for that shit. Just kidding. If you come up to me, I'm really cool because I'll forget our numbers. But seriously, Smith machine numbers, you know, they're like assholes. You know, he got one, so does she. Everyone's seen people know. If you could monetize on it,
Rampage.
for the advanced, here's the kicker. Here's what it means to be advanced. Use Smith machine squats like you would any other exercise, upper technique, upper context. And if you don't know what that means, you're not advanced. Anyway, I'm advanced. Whoa, dog. Elongated cigarette. Like I say often on this channel, and will continue to say, wealth and ostentatiousness of wealth peaked in the 1920s. Am I supposed to buy a fucking provision? I don't know.
I need to get this. It's still recharging.
Charge. That spell is ready action.